Okay. Here we go. Welcome everyone. We got a small group today, and I think we can move through the agenda pretty quick. But before we proceed, I'd like to welcome our newly appointed Commissioner, Tim Timmerman. Let's give him a hand. Tim, why don't you want to give a quick bio and say hello to everyone?
Sure, yeah. Thank you. What do I need to push this one? Yeah, there we go. Red's on. Okay, yes. I grew up just north of Austin in Pflugerville on a ranch, farming a ranch, which we still own. It's, of course, it doesn't look like the same place that I grew up in, but anyway, grew up there and kind of developed a love of the land and farming and ranching, but I learned pretty quick that you couldn't make a living on it, so I had to do something else. So I went to A&M, Texas A&M. I think maybe am I the only Aggie on the commission?
I went to A&M for a while.
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
You have a limit. Went to A&M, but also I went to University of Texas also. Got a master's from Texas and been in the real estate development business for most of my career. Spent 1 year in Houston working at an accounting firm. But anyway, for the last 17 years, I've been on the LCRA board and chairman for 14 years. So I'm just rolling off of that as of yesterday. I'm no longer on that board. So spent 17 years there and enjoyed the service, and I look so forward to being a part of this very distinguished board and getting to know all the commissioners and working with staff. So that's long and short of it.
Thank you, Tim. Welcome. Yeah, our technology is probably not as good as LCRA's, but you know, we make do here. 14 years as chairman.
I'm not very smart.
That's got to be a record for a state agency.
Definitely a record for LCRA. I think the previous record was about 4 years, but yeah, it was a long time. But it was good. It's in good shape over there.
Good.
I feel real good about it.
Around here we do like 18 months, and that's good enough.
Yeah,
so.
I understand.
All right. Okay. Well, welcome, and you're going to be a great part of the commission, and thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
All right. Before we start, good morning. I'll take the roll. I, Chairman Hildebrand, am present. Vice Chair Bell.
Present.
Commissioner Doggett.
Present.
Mr. Foster.
Present.
Mr. Gallo.
Present.
Mr. Patton.
Present.
Mr. Rowling.
Present.
And Commissioner Timmerman.
Present.
Thank you very much. This meeting is called to order May 21st, 2025 at 9:15 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Jaskowitz has a statement to make.
Public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the Office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Thank you, David. Commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your mics and announce your name before you speak. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes from the previous work session held March 26, 2025, which have already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
Commissioner Bell, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Work session item number 1, update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. 3 parts to it: internal affairs update, staff recognition, and then Richland Creek Wildlife Management Area. Dr. Jaskowitz, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Jaskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I would like to provide you an update germane to the land and water related plan and functions inside the department. As is customary, I will start off with an internal affairs update. The Office of Internal Affairs staff provided a brief presentation to the 2025 State Park Police Officer Accelerated Academy Cadets learned about the TPWD complaint and investigative process and discussed topics such as guarantee warning, use of force reporting, and the difference between an administrative investigation and a criminal investigation. IA staff also met with senior leadership from the law enforcement, legal, and human resources divisions, as well as State Park Police, to participate in a quarterly use of force review. All use of force reports from the previous 2 quarters were reviewed and discussed to ensure that officers are reporting all reportable use of force incidents as outlined by department policy. In addition, Captain Joel Parker and Major Mike Duran, along with State Parks Captain John Moore, traveled to Pharr, Texas to attend the Internal Affairs Administrative Investigation and Officer Discipline course provided by Public Safety Internal Affairs Institute. Course topics included current national best practices, basic and advanced concepts of conducting internal affairs investigations, where and how complaints originate, and fact-based processes to support investigative findings. Next, we'd like to welcome our new Lieutenant for Wildlife Enforcement. Miles Bersicki graduated from the 60th Texas Game Warden Academy and began his career in Duval County in 2016, where he served for 2 years. He then transferred to Kennedy and Clayburgh counties for an additional 2.5 years before relocating to Uvalde County, where he has served the past 4.5 years. Lieutenant Bersicki has been part of the Law Enforcement Division's drone program since it began in 2019, serving as a drone instructor and flying in support of Operation Lone Star. He's also a member of the Law Enforcement Peer Support Team and has served as the West Texas team leader. In addition, he is an instructor for firearms, tactical medical, and simunitions training for the Law Enforcement Division. He completed the Texas Game Warden Leadership Program in 2023 and has received the Director's Life Saving Award and a Veterans National Defense Service Award. Lieutenant Bersicki has been promoted to the Lieutenant of Wildlife Enforcement and is excited about his new role. Please join me in congratulating Lieutenant Miles Bersicki on his promotion. The TPWD Accessibility Marketing Initiative is a groundbreaking effort that revolutionizes how accessibility is promoted and implemented across Texas public lands. Central to this initiative is the launch of the TPWD Accessibility website, a comprehensive platform providing real-time tracking of access upgrades, a streamlined process for reasonable modification requests, and an innovative access and inclusion solutions program. The initiative also includes impactful promotional flyer cards recognized with a national award and a strategic outreach plan that successfully engaged the disability community through targeted events, media coverage, and others. Guided by the Accessibility Advisory Committee, this initiative exemplifies the power of collaboration and sets new standards. The Texas Recreation and Park Society Promotions and Marketing Excellence Class 5 Award, which honors the most outstanding promotional efforts of Park, Recreation, and Leisure Agency for the previous year, was accepted recently by Jessica Burke, TPWD's ADA coordinator, at the recent awards banquet. Congratulations to the ADA team. Is Jessica? I don't think Jessica's here. Great work. And on March 20th, Texas A&M University recognized our very own Director of State Parks, Rodney Franklin, as the Terry Hershey Distinguished Professional of the Year. Terry Hershey was a force of nature and conservation for a half a century, having served as a TPWD commissioner in the early 1990s. Terry Hershey exemplified leadership in many ways. And for that, we are honored that Rodney's leadership in conservation and parks was recognized in her name, continuing that tradition and honoring her legacy. Congratulations, Rodney. We got you on that one. On April 16th, Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and Ducks Unlimited hosted a project dedication to celebrate the completion of 2 wetland enhancement projects on the Richland Creek Wildlife Management Area. Multiple corporate and foundation partners supported the Wildcat Marsh and North Unit expansion projects through the Texas Water Action Collaborative, which is led by Texan by Nature. In fact, Craig and I were at that dedication amongst many other members of the TPWD team. The collaborative matches funders to projects that benefit natural resources in Texas. Located within the Trinity River floodplain, the Richland Creek WMA was created to compensate for habitat losses associated with the construction of the Richland Chambers Reservoir. Working with the collaborative partners, Ducks Unlimited installed a new water control infrastructure to enhance the Wildcat Marsh's water holding capacity. The new 111-acre Wildcat Marsh will enhance migrating and wintering waterfowl habitat while also improving water quality in the Trinity River Basin. And I think a great example of that is in the slide. The water incoming into that marsh complex is on the right, and the water leaving that marsh complex is on the left. So you can see the work that that wetland complex does. This wetland impoundment will filter and replenish nearly 54 million gallons of water each year before it flows into the Trinity River. Similarly, the North Unit expansion project developed 238 additional wetland acres on the WMA and will supply over 232 million gallons of volumetric water benefits annually while providing habitat for wetland-dependent wildlife. TPWD is proud of our long-standing relationship with Ducks Unlimited, and we are also proud to continue to enhance the WMA with support from so many new partners, including Microsoft, PepsiCo, Bonneville Environmental Foundation, Meta, Keurig Dr. Pepper, Arca Continental Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages, the Coca-Cola Company, the Littman Foundation, and Amon G. Carter Foundation. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take those.
Commissioner Bell, I have one question. You mentioned the accessibility program. I think 2 meetings ago, maybe it might have been 3 meetings ago, we had some equipment in that was a demonstration. So I want to know how that equipment is faring and if we've added any additional pieces of equipment for the accessibility mobility aspect.
Yes, Vice Chairman, that we continue to add equipment and we continue to make that accessible both in our parks, whether they be, parks that have beaches or parks that have extensive trails for people to get around. So we're continually adding new equipment in our parks and making that available. That's right. Yep. That's a high priority for the department. Absolutely.
Great. Any other questions? Just a comment. You introduced the lieutenant that runs the drone program. I had the opportunity, and boy, I would challenge all the commissioners on the board. I went out and went to our academy a couple of weeks ago, and the folks out there, it really makes you proud to be on the commission board, and it brings to life kind of what we do. But I mean, they gave me a drone show, and it was really amazing what they can do with drones. I mean, who was the officer that was?
Who was leading that drone? Matthew Ridgefarmer, yeah.
So Matthew, he put a drone through the window of a car and actually just maneuvered it around on the interior of the car. It was the most amazing thing without touching anything. Looked at the dashboard, looked at the contents, and then they did an aerial pickup of a faux survivor of a flood off of a car, and I got to shoot AR-15s and pistols, and it's fun. So you should go do it. And these men and women that are there are just so proud to be in training, and all the instructors are so fantastic. So it reminded me, it's really, it brings to light what we do on a daily basis, and we forget about that. I mean, I went to PMAR as well. I've been doing all these field trips over the last couple of weeks. PMAR is
the Palacios Marine Agricultural Research.
So where they're effectively cultivating tens of millions of seedlings of oysters and then distributing them out. And I mean, these scientists, everyone is so passionate about what they do. And as we were leaving, I said, David, if I know it was this much fun, I would have stayed on for another 6 years on the commission. So I challenge you guys to go out to all these various locations because it's where the rubber hits the road. So
Absolutely.
So thank you, David.
Yep.
All right, work session item number 2, legislative update, request permission to publish proposed rules to implement legislation passed during the 89th Texas Legislature. Dr. Yaskowitz.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Yaskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I want to take a minute today to discuss the 89th Texas Legislature, which is still in session, discuss our legislative appropriation request or budget, and then also specific legislation that the department is interested in. The regular session is scheduled to end June 2nd, so in about a week and a half. So what can I say about the budget? Not much, unfortunately. At this point, there's been really no update since I presented to you in March with where the House and the Senate stood on our requests, especially for our exceptional items. Right now, everything is still in conference committee. So everything is to be determined. We expect something to shake loose and come out of conference committee within the next day or two, but we will know more later on this week. It's the one thing that the legislature does have to get done is pass a budget. So it's wait to be seen. But as soon as we get numbers coming out of conference, we will share that with the commission. However, there are a couple of things I do want to share with you. On this slide, I want to draw your attention to items 3 and 4, capital transportation vehicles. So this is non-law enforcement vehicles, and then critical capital repairs to the headquarters. Both of these items that we asked for in our supplemental, will ask for in our exceptional items, will be going on the House side to the supplemental bill. So that is funding that will be in addition to the current biennium's budget. And so that's, at least at the time, for the time being, where we think those will land. Once again, everything is still in motion. Also, all of our items are still conferenceable. They're still, as we know, being talked about. One item here that I wanted is the bottom line, and that is our request for exceptional items of $198 million, and where the House landed and where the Senate landed. So there is some difference that needs to be made up between the two. Our team is on top of it. Our governmental relations team is on top of it, have been very responsive to the House Appropriations Committee and Senate Finance Committee with any questions that they have, but they have not been sharing much with us at this point. A couple of items that I also want to share with you here is the two that are highlighted: sporting goods sales tax, and then the unexpended balances on land acquisition appropriations. So on the sporting goods sales tax, the comptroller came out with, actually after we had submitted our legislative appropriations request, an extra $20.8 million over the biennium. So we put a plan forward for both the House and House Appropriations and Senate Finance, and they both accepted that. So we'll be getting that additional $20.8 million planned for both helping with park expansion and also with employee hires and support. Those are going forward. The unexpended balances, land acquisition appropriations, this has to do with the $125 million that we received last biennium. And so these are monies that we've been using to purchase new parkland or large bolt-ons. This is a priority of the House, that it move forward, that we have the authority to carry over any balances into the next biennium. At this point, we're projecting potentially maybe around $600,000 that will be moving forward, because we will have not used all that $125 million up. So this is critically important, and once again, it's a priority of the House Appropriations.
And David, that was the money for Fairfield?
That was the money that came about as a result of
Fairfield.
Yes,
right.
that's right.
Got it. Okay.
The other item I want to draw the Commission's attention to is the appropriation and unexpended balances authority for oyster license buyback. So right now, this current biennium, the department has $1.5 million available to it to put towards oyster license buyback. If we don't spend all of that, we need that authority to carry the unexpended balances forward. It's also asking for another $1.5 million in authority to go ahead and purchase additional licenses in the next biennium. So this is a priority on the Senate side. Our feeling is this is going to move forward, but once again, still to be determined. Next are bills of interest. And right now, we have 3 that have been signed by the governor, and 1 that has been sent to the governor is on the governor's desk. Some of those we talked about last time, performance payment bonds, something that's very important for our infrastructure division and building out parks, especially in remote parks and other facilities in remote areas. One of notice is the next one, the second one, the placement of cultivated oyster and natural oyster beds and private oyster beds. This was prohibited by statute before. This allows the department and other individuals to place seed oyster or oyster culture or spat on shell on private leases, on restoration leases, and on wild leases. So not only the department will be able to do that, but NGO and private entities. So that has been signed by the governor, and also the saltwater stamp proceed dedication, making sure that all saltwater stamp funds are appropriated to the department and use the department for, handling our saltwater fish hatcheries, enhancement programs, et cetera. Also, bills of interest that are still moving through but haven't made it to the governor's office are penalties for violations of oyster mariculture rules and regulations. This takes it from a Class B misdemeanor and it allows for a Class A, consolidating of certain non-resident hunting licenses. This is really important for our R3 effort and digital licensing effort. That's still moving through. We expect that to be moving to the governor's desk soon. Disclosure of certain harvest reports, that's still moving forward. So we still have a few bills of interest that are making their way through the process, but they just haven't quite reached the governor's desk at this point. So this comes to the final section of what I'm going to ask the commission to do, as we did 2 years ago, is that we have bills that have been signed into law that take effect September 1st. We have ones that we expect to be signed into law that would take effect September 1st. And we want to get ahead of that in the rulemaking process. And so what the department is coming to the commission for is to ask for permission to publish the rules in the Texas Register as necessary to implement legislation passed by the 89th Texas Legislature in regular session. So this could be heard for action in August. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions, Chairman.
Great. Any questions of Dr. Jaskowitz? All right. If no further questions, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register.
And I'm looking at General Counsel. We covered. Okay, good.
Got it all?
All right, got it all.
Okay, thank you. Work session item number 3, Commission Policy CPO 22, New Park Development, recommended adoption of proposed policy. Mr. Rodney Franklin, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
And congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Good morning, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Timmerman. For the record, my name is Rodney Franklin. I'm the Director of Texas State Parks, and I'll be covering Commission Policy 22. As a reminder, the purpose of that policy was to require the agency to develop a plan for the development and timely opening of new state parks. The new plan will outline a phased approach to opening and providing public access that considers sound planning and design and construction practices while safeguarding the natural and cultural resources as well as the people resource, the visitors that come to the parks. So I'll go through some of the phases of the development plan and some of the key milestones. Within the first year, the first 12 months, facilitated public day use will be a part of the public access. So we'll have public hunts, for example, guided tours, special events. We'll be able to hire some of the first phase of the employees that will be there to help guide and make sure that people are safe while they have public access. And then phase 2, within that first 18 months, we'll have a little bit more expanded day use activity. We'll have parking lots and some trails, and our signage should be in place to make sure people can navigate the property safely, and also restrooms will be available as well. And then the final phase is that 48-month where more of the construction takes place, the utilities, roads are in place, and then facility infrastructure will be in place. But the department will obviously, even beyond that 48-month, continue to develop items that may relate to the public demand or operational needs or more conservation priorities. That will be ongoing, but we will have full access to the park within 48 months. And then as far as communicating some of this, Texas Parks and Wildlife will provide detailed updates on the progress of each development phase, including the types of public access that will be available. We'll make this information available via public website. And then we will also report to this body, the Commission, on an annual basis, the key milestones and status update of how the progress and development is going. To date, we've had, as of this morning, we've had 8 public comments, and all in agreement, full agreement of the policy. And staff recommends that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Any questions by the Commissioner?
This is Commissioner Bell, just to comment. Thanks for that work, Rodney, but also, just for a minute, I just want to recognize the chairman just in terms of putting something out there for us to have a backstop for getting these parks up and running so that they don't take us forever, because a lot of times in an organization you can have things on the list and they're important, but they fall to the wayside. But now we've got this codified, so just kind of thank you, Chairman, for that, and thank you, Rodney, for your work there, and we appreciate the effort all the way around. We appreciate the strategic thought process as well, sir.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you, Vice Chair Bell. I will not take full credit. I'm going to give the credit to the governor. He really pushed this agenda, and I simply carried out that task. I mean, I was in absolute alignment with him. But Ronnie, when's the last time that we opened the last state park?
That would be Resaca in 2008, I believe.
2008. Mm-hmm. So, look, and that's all I think we're trying to achieve here is more nimbleness, more urgency, more entrepreneurial spirit, more, non-state government, and more private sector energy. And so I couldn't be more thrilled that we're actually going to take some definitive steps. Have you thought about, I'm sure you have, your staffing elements as it relates to all this, and any quick comment on that?
Yes, sir. So thinking through the phases, obviously we're not hiring everybody all at once, but we're taking a phased approach with our hiring. But also, I know infrastructure is thinking about the implementation piece of this and the staff, the extra staff it will take. And we're thinking about that in state parks too. We've hired a centennial planner to just focus on these parks and get that early planning done. We've also taken steps to get some extra people on board to do some of the initial survey work, right, just dedicated to this. And just as a side note, we expect any day now to get approval on the first superintendent for Post Oak Ridge. That paperwork is already in place, so we should have somebody boots on the ground ready to implement the first phase of this.
Good. Yeah, I will suggest lastly, this really is the difference between the state of Texas and the state of California in terms of being able to get things done. it reminds me, I won't go through it, but there's this great committee and that talks about the governor of California and the governor of Texas walking along a trail and being bit by a coyote. If you can't, you need to Google this, but it defines everything you need to know about the difference between California and Texas in terms of getting things done and low regulation and all of those things. So once again, I thank the governor for this initiative. I'm just carrying out his orders, so to speak. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Work session item. Did we? No further questions. I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. All right. Work session 4. Financial overview. Mr. Reggie Pegues, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Timmerman. For the record, my name is Reggie Pegues, Chief Financial Officer. This morning, I will be presenting the financial overview, covering the following topics: FY25 revenue summaries through April, hunting, fishing license revenue, state parks revenue and visitation, boat-related revenues, and conclude with FY25 budget adjustments through April. First up is license revenue with a 5-year comparison from license year 21 through license year 25. Over this 5-year period, revenues are pretty steady across all lines, with only a 2% change from license year 21 at $97.6 million to license year 25 to finish at $95.6 million through April. There is also a 2.5% increase over license year 24, which I'll cover in greater detail on the next slide. Next is a 2-year comparison of license revenue by license type. As mentioned on the previous slide, there was an overall increase in total license revenue of 2.5% or $2.3 million. The largest increase by type was $1.7 million for resident fish. Of this amount, $900,000 is due to an increase in sale for the resident year from purchase all water package. Moving on to state parks. First up is a 5-year comparison of parks revenue. Year-to-date FY25 revenues of $41.5 million are pretty flat compared to FY24 and remain strong with only a 5.3% drop from record year FY22. Next is the 2-year comparison by fee type. As mentioned on the previous slide, FY25 revenues are tracking very closely with FY24 with an overall variance of only 0.8%. Dollar-wise, the biggest increase was in park passes at $149,000. Moving down to visitation, as with revenue, total visits are tracking closely to FY24 with less than a 1% variance with total visits. Moving on to boat revenues, we began with a 5-year comparison. Since the record year FY21 amount of $14.9 million, there's been a slight leveling off through FY24, which was at $11.3 million, but still historically strong. So far, FY25 revenues are trending upward to finish at $11.7 million, a 3% increase over FY24. This next slide is a 2-year comparison by revenue type. As mentioned, total revenues of $11.7 million are up 3.8% and $430,000 compared to last year, with the majority of the increase in the registrations at $392,000. Next, I'll cover budget adjustments. This slide is a summary of budget adjustments that have occurred since the March Commission meeting, which covered activity through February. This slide is a recap of the more detailed information provided in the monthly report that you all receive. Starting at the top of the page with the February ending budget of $1.08 billion, we've had the following adjustments. First is appropriated receipts of $1.3 million. This includes $500,000 in donations and another $500,000 in reimbursements to the agency. Next is capital construction with an unexpended of $1.1 million from FY24 into FY25. Next, we have the largest category of $18 million for federal funds. And just a little background on federal funds. At the beginning of each fiscal year, we have an estimate of what our federal funding is going to be for the year, but the actual apportionment doesn't take place until somewhere in the February-March period. And so at that point, we'll adjust our estimated appropriations to the final apportionments. Of this $18 million, $12 million is to adjust to these actual amounts. And the adjustments by program are $10 million to increase wildlife restoration, $190,000 for sport fish restoration, and another $1.5 million for boating safety assistance. Next is fringe at $900,000. These are adjustments to process retirement, group insurance, and Social Security payments. And finally, operational adjustments to non-capital UB of $4.7 million. Of this $4.7 million, approximately $2 million relates to Operation Lone Star reimbursements, and $2.7 million of unexpended operating from AY24. This gives us total adjustments of $26 million and an adjusted budget of $1.1 billion. And just for reference, this is right at a 10% increase over the original budget that you approved last August. This concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you, Reggie. Any questions by the commissioners? If not, thank you very much. Okay. Work session item number 5, internal audit update. Ms. Brandy Meeks, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, and welcome, Commissioner Timmerman. My name is Brandy Meeks. I'm the Internal Audit Director. This morning, I would like to update you on this year's internal audit plan as well as recent external audits and assessments. So this and the next slide show the status of our current audit plan. And please take note of the statuses in yellow font to the right. Those are the projects for which we made progress since the last time we met. As you can see, we have now completed the audit of the local park grants. We've completed the audit of the inland fisheries and coastal fisheries key performance measures. We've also started the planning phase for the audit of the Friends Group oversight processes. And we are currently in the fieldwork phase for the CPA post-payment P-card follow-up, as well as the review of those controls. We've also, under IT and cybersecurity projects, we've completed the audit of the IT help desk, and I requested and received approval from the chairman and vice chairman to cancel the IT governance audit. As far as advisory projects are concerned, ongoing is an IT cybersecurity assessment questionnaire advisory. This was requested by IT, and we're happy to take a look at those questionnaires. We're also in the planning phase for the law enforcement physical security advisory. And then I also requested and received approval to cancel the Active Directory co-source engagement. Under administrative and other projects, we have completed our quality assurance review for DIR. That's a peer review that we perform, and we gain points to have our next peer review done by other directors, not that same director that we just audited, but to come in and review our processes when we're up for a peer review. We also completed our follow-up project for the first 2 quarters of this fiscal year, and we are in progress on following up on all audit items due during the last half of this year. And then we also attend any meetings that were invited for the BRIDS rewrite, which are currently most of the steering committee meetings. As far as external audits and assessments, ongoing is the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation's 2025 Expenditure Verification Program for the non-federal Dagger Island project. And then completed since the last time we met is FEMA's Grant Programs Directorate desk review of the Port Security Grant Program. And this completes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Meeks. Any questions?
I have one. Commissioner Foster. You mentioned 2 audits that were canceled. What causes you to want to cancel an audit?
So sometimes at the beginning of the year or at the end of this fiscal year, we're about to start the risk assessment process for our audit plan for next year. We anticipate certain projects are going to be necessary, and then once we get into the year, we realize that that's not the best way to spend our resources in internal audit. So for those 2 particular projects, one of them was for the, let me go back. Oh, the IT governance project. So at the end of last fiscal year, we had a vacancy in our IT auditor position, and the position was to hire an IT auditor 1. We were fortunate enough to be able to hire an IT auditor. He's an IT auditor 1, but he has the credentials and certifications to do so much more than an IT auditor 1. So that IT governance project was a project that an IT auditor 1 would be able to come in, get acclimated to our IT division, to learn that division, and it was more appropriate for an IT auditor level 1, whereas I have now an IT auditor that could come in and get up to speed, not needing that project. So it just really didn't make a lot of sense to put him on that project. And then the other project that we canceled was the Active Directory project. IT is currently migrating its Active Directory to the Entra ID platform, Microsoft platform, so it doesn't make any sense to go in and look at that at this time. Not to mention, they've also done a lot of self-assessments on their Active Directory, so I feel confident that where the risk is at a reasonable level. So yeah, and in our charter, internal audit charter, we do have written that, you know, when we face that, do we need to go in and do that project still? If it doesn't make sense, that we can approach the chairman and the vice chairman for permission to eliminate that, so we're better putting our resources in other places.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
This is Commissioner Bell. I had one question, just
Sure.
kind of IT related, but is just for security checks, is there some kind of dashboard where we can monitor the number of, I'll call it attempted illegitimate logins to our system? Is there?
I believe Jamie has that tool in her department. Jamie, you want to speak to that? Internal audit does not monitor that.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jamie McClanahan, IT Director. Yes, Commissioner Bell, we do have that dashboard within our cybersecurity team, and we have the tools, and we also partner with DIR to ensure that they also watch that as well for our agency.
And do you ever see that little report and go, oh my gosh, look at what everybody's trying, how many people are trying to get in here?
We do have a lot of oh my gosh moments, and so I often ask the security team what keeps you up at night, and so they definitely are monitoring that. But we have a lot of good tools in place, and so we're actually doing really well as an agency to block those. We have a lot of proactive work we do to make sure we're okay.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is most of our data in the cloud, or do we have kind of on-site physical storage?
We have a few left here, but yes, sir, probably 95% of it is in the cloud, yes, sir.
And lastly, at the federal government level, obviously lots of discussion, FAA, outmoded IT systems, and the need for upgrade. Are we fairly up to speed and up to grade in terms of the technology that we have? Or are we severely lacking?
We're not severely lacking, but if you recall, we did have an exceptional item on our LAR to ask for funds to ensure we keep on progress to update and make our systems relevant and up to date with all the protocols that are required. And so we do keep a modernization effort going all the time. It's costly, and so we continually ask for funds for that, but we do always have on our horizon of what projects we need to upgrade and keep up to date.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions for Mrs. Meeks? Ms. Meeks? All right, if not, thank you very much. Great. All right, work session item number 6, Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program Fee Revisions and Triploid Parentage Allowance. Recommended adoption of proposed rules. Dr. Lindsay Glass Campbell, please make your presentation.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners
Morning.
and Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Dr. Lindsay Glass Campbell. I'm with Coastal Fisheries and over the Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program. Today, I'll be covering 2 proposed amendments, revisions to COM permit annual fees and revisions for the allowable parentage for triploid oysters. And just a quick status check on where we are in our Cultivated Oyster Mariculture Program, and I'll abbreviate that as COM throughout this presentation. We have sites from East Galveston Bay all the way down to the lower Laguna Madre. There are 14 permitted grow-out sites. This is where oysters are grown to harvestable size. And there are 38 in a conditional status. That's whereby they're seeking other agency authorizations. And we have 7 permitted nursery hatchery sites. Those are where oysters are spawned and grown in early life. So the first item is the proposed amendment is to reduce annual fees for comm permits. This is based on stakeholder input provided by the industry to encourage small business growth by reducing financial barriers to entry, and a review of both other state fees and our department reviewed data on our comm program and fees. For grow-out sites, the current fees are for the portion of site located in public water, $450 per acre per year, and if any portion of the site is on private land, $170 per acre per year. Proposed is to reduce that to $150 per acre per year for public water and $57 per acre per year for private land. For our nursery hatchery sites, currently, for the portion of site in public water, it is $170 per acre per year plus a penny square foot per year surcharge, and for private land, $170 per acre per year. We propose whichever is greater, $150 annually, or the combined total of the public water and private land fees. The reason for the nursery hatchery that we have this minimum is that many of these are much smaller than an acre, and that minimum annual amount is to help defray department costs to the required annual inspections that we conduct on the sites. Now to the second proposed amendment on the allowable parentage of triploid oysters. The proposal would allow the use of oysters from the northern Gulf stock as broodstock for triploid oysters, and not just the Texas broodstock as it currently stands. And triploid oysters are desired by the industry due to their fast growth and year-round meat quality. The proposed change is based on current scientific evidence of oyster genetic stock structure, the continued use of our biosecurity protocols, and stakeholder feedback on the availability of oyster seed. And again, oyster seed are those juvenile oysters that are used in mariculture. There are limited numbers of hatcheries that will produce Texas-specific stocks, and because there are fewer number of farmers, those are smaller orders, those are lower down on the list for those nurseries. So it is harder for our farmers to obtain those. This change would encourage industry stability and growth by having a more readily consistent availability of seed. So the map you see here depicts those oyster population regions. Again, these are all the same species. And what you see we have labeled as what our Texas North region is the same in part of the northern Gulf region, which is depicted in green here. Now to the south in Texas, depicted in blue, that's our southern region, in the upper and lower Laguna Madre, and in between you have a mixing zone where you can find individuals from both stocks. So this northern Gulf region spans from San Antonio Bay all the way through Mobile Bay in Alabama, and then you get another mixing region with Florida stocks. So we propose for triploid oysters created by a cross and based on those stock ranges to allow the use of broodstock with origins from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, or Alabama waters. As always, the broodstock origins must be documented as per our protocols, and biosecurity would still be followed. We held a public meeting for these items, a virtual public meeting on May 6th. Currently, there are 17 comments for the fee item, 14 in agreement, 3 in disagreement. Those who disagree, 2 disagree that fees should be lowered at all. 1 disagrees specifically that there should be any fee at all for private land. And this is supported by both the Oyster Advisory Committee and the Texas Conservation Alliance. For the triploid oyster portion, again, the public meeting was held on May the 6th. Currently, we have 16 total comments, 14 in agreement, 2 in disagreement with no reason given for those 2. supported by the Oyster Advisory Committee and the Texas Conservation Alliance. We request that these items be placed on Thursday's agenda for comment and action. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Bell. How are you doing today? Just when we talk about the nature of this industry right now, how would you generally compare us to other states?
Well, we are just starting out. We were the last state in the Gulf to allow, in one of the last coastal states, we're tied with Georgia, to allow oyster mariculture. So it's a bit difficult to compare when other states have programs like in the Northeast going back to the 80s and sooner. And then within the Gulf, we're looking at 10 years or more of people doing mariculture. So we're just really still in our infancy.
So then maybe we can look at it as since there's a volume of knowledge or experience out there, maybe now we have the opportunity to benefit from what other people have learned. And so when you look at the feedstock issue, how do you think that in I guess in layman's terms really accelerate what we're trying to do?
It gives the farmers more opportunities, more places where they can purchase the seed from. So before it may have been 2 hatcheries for the triploids that would produce, then there are more hatcheries in the Gulf that they can now buy from because they can get triploids from that northern Gulf region. Most of these states within the Gulf, actually all the states within the Gulf allow triploids from that northern Gulf region. So those hatcheries are volume-wise producing more, so our farmers just have more options and availability to buy the seed.
And generally, people that are in this space right now operating, they seem to like that idea?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'll just say, and we're going to talk about this tomorrow a bit more, just when we get the overview of what's going on in the coastal areas. But I went to PMAR, Plashes Marine, Agricultural Research, fabulous facility. I recommend you all do it. But I got literally a PhD in oyster mariculture industry in a day. We came away with several things. Craig's got lots of to-do list in terms of how we accelerate this industry. But one of the ones that struck me that I remember is the state of Florida is well down the road in terms of what they've done. And what they've done is they've consolidated all the regulatory elements of this into one agency. So you go to one person to get your license for your bottoms lease. And right now, these farmers are having to go to 14 different regulatory bodies, and these are just hardworking men and women that don't, and they're small businessmen. They don't always have the ability to have a regulatory department. They don't have a regulatory department. It's typically their wife that does it. So, but there is so much to expand and enhance this program. And we have got a whole list of things that I'm hopeful that this commission adopts in fairly short order, because they're all relatively easy. It is going to take some work with the GLO, as you know. I mean, something as simple as we're only leasing the top 7 feet of water because of these obscure elements of GLO. These farmers want to lease from top to bottom, from the bottom all the way to the top. I mean, and it's not, you're already utilizing the acreage, so it's of no consequence to to recreational and or the oil and gas industry. I mean, in the oil and gas industry, you're going to have to work through that, but there's just so much opportunity. And if you go see this PMAR, it gives you a quick overview of what's going on and really how this is a very solvable problem. But I will say, what struck me, this is hard work. I mean, these farmers, they work their tails off from morning to night on their sites, and because it's a very labor-intensive process. And once again, we need to implement regulation that allows less manual labor to it, less manipulation of the oyster. You know, there's simple things like being able to power wash the oysters off in the bay, you know, in the cages. And right now they can't do it, so they have to bring it all the way back to shore, do that. I mean, you're washing into the bay what was deposited by the bay. So it's just some very fundamental, common sense, practical elements that we'll hear more about tomorrow. And I hope that the commissioners will probe them and ask questions, because this is something we can fix.
So that's regulated by TCEQ, not TPWD. We do not prohibit them from doing that?
I understand.
Okay.
It's just another regulatory body, but that we need to consolidate the approval process. And look, if the state of Florida has done it, we can do it.
I believe at this point in time, that would take legislative action because of
That's fine.
Yep.
We'll get legislative action, okay? Very straightforward, okay?
Yes, I'm not saying it's against it. I'm just
Right.
not
Okay.
something we
Okay.
could.
We're here to make
Yeah.
the farmers' lives easier and to allow them more productivity versus less. So,
And we permit the activity. We do not limit them to only 7 feet. It's just that the gear must be off bottom, so they can use more than 7 feet.
well, no, they can't, because the GLO doesn't allow them to use the bottoms.
Right, but they're not limited to a certain layer of the water column as far as, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but
We have the list, Chairman.
You got a list.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
look,
you're gonna-
it's a
and
list.
We're going to hear more about this tomorrow in
Yep.
the briefing. Yep.
and
absolutely.
this commission is going to solve this problem, and it's going to be fantastic for the oyster industry. So I'm very confident. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell. All right. If there are no further questions, I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Work session item number 7, public hunting program, establishment of an open season on public hunting lands and approval of public hunting activities on state parks. Mr. Kevin Moti? Moat.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Hilderman.
All right, Moat. Mr. Moat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kevin Moat. I'm the Private Lands and Public Hunting Program Director. Each year, we come to you in May requesting your consideration and approval of a couple of items related to the public hunting program. First, I will ask you for your approval to establish an open season on public hunting lands for the upcoming season. And second, I will ask for your approval of specific public hunting activities on the proposed units of the state park system. In order to provide hunting activities on public hunting land, the Commission must provide for an open season. Tomorrow, staff will ask for your approval to establish an open season on public hunting lands that will run from September 1st, 2025 to August 31st, 2026. The Commission will also be asked to approve specific hunting activities on the proposed units of the state park system, which are included in Exhibit A of your briefing materials. Staff proposed hunts on 52 units of the state park lands for the 2025-26 season. On these 52 units, 32 hunt groups comprised of 1 to 4 hunters will be drawn. Additionally, 1,381 individual hunt positions will be drawn, of which 453 of those positions will be filled by youth hunters. As of 5 o'clock yesterday, we had received 6 public comments. 5 of those, or 83%, agree completely, and 1 disagreed specifically, and the comment was not germane to this proposal. Staff asks that these items be placed on the Thursday agenda for public comment and action. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Do we, annually, do we fill all of the slots? Are they taken, are they requested on a 100% basis?
So we draw 100% of those, and we do have hunts where people don't show up, and that's where we get into standby hunts. And so the day of the hunt at that location, people can show up and put your name in the hat, and then there's kind of a second drawing on site to make sure that we fill every potential opportunity that we can.
Is that right? You can show up at the gate at 4 a.m. and
On most draw hunt sites, that's correct. But what we encourage people to do is, like a week before the hunt is to take place, to call the area to make sure that that they're offering a draw hunt.
Good. Any comment on our new rules in terms of opening these parks earlier for hunting and basic services? You think that's going to work out fine?
All the heavy lifting's on Rodney and his crew, so yeah, absolutely. We've got Post Oak Ridge is one of the new parks that's going to be in the public hunt system this year. So, absolutely.
Great. Well, we obviously want to promote as much hunting as possible on our public lands. So.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'll place the item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Work session item number 8, designation of nonprofit organization for the Help Feed Hungry Texans program. Mr. Blaise Korzekwa.
Pretty close, Korzekwa.
Korzekwa. Rolls right off your tongue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Korzekwa. All right.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Blaise Korzekwa, White-tailed Deer Program Leader. This morning, I will present a recommendation for the designation of a nonprofit for the Help Feed Hungry Texans program that will be considered for adoption at tomorrow's meeting. The Help Feed Hungry Texans program was established in 2015 by Senate Bill 1978 in the 84th legislative session and is found under Parks and Wildlife Code 42.011. This program allows a person purchasing a hunting license to make a voluntary contribution to a nonprofit in increments of $1, $5, $10, or $20. This nonprofit is designated by the Commission and is responsible for administering a statewide program to provide hunters a way to donate legally harvested deer to local food assistance providers. These monetary contributions are held in a trust by Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and then sent to the designated nonprofit to administer the program. The Parks and Wildlife Commission has designated Feeding Texas as the nonprofit since the inception of the Help Feed Hungry Texans program in both 2015 and 2020. Since the program's inception, the Parks and Wildlife Department has passed through over $1.5 million in voluntary donations, and Feeding Texas has distributed over 773,000 pounds of venison and fed over 500,000 hungry Texans. The current contract is set to expire on August 14th of 2025. Staff recommends that Feeding Texas, which also operates the popular Hunters for the Hungry program, should be the designated nonprofit for the Help Feed Hungry Texans program. Feeding Texas has a well-established program with over 25 years of history and a strong name recognition. And they're also the largest hunger relief network in Texas with 20 food banks across the state and have strong fiscal controls. Staff have received 5 public comments, and all 5 comments have been in support. Staff requests that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. That concludes my presentation, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, Commissioner Rowling.
I do have a quick question, Commissioner Foster. So this nonprofit that will, does it work with food banks, or how do you get food out to?
So Feeding Texas works with all the food banks. There's over 20, those 20 local food assistance providers. Those are the 20 food banks across the state. A very popular food bank for this program is the San Antonio Food Bank. They accept the largest amount of venison of all the food banks. And Feeding Texas also works with over 30 deer processors, in which somebody can donate venison at the processor, and the processor will process it into hamburger meat, and the food bank will go pick it up then.
And is it only deer, or do you do elk or other things?
It's a deer species, so whitetail mule deer, sika, even nilgai, black buck are included. As far as the food bank is concerned with donations, anybody could donate any food item to the food bank, but this program is for the venison program.
Commissioner Rowland?
Is there any fee associated that Hunters for the Hungry charges, or when you take a deer and donate?
It's free to the hunter. So the whole reason it's free is because of this program. So even if a processor accepts it, the hunter does not pay a fee. The food bank will then pay the processor for processing that.
Do they come pick it up at the ranch?
They sometimes can. The San Antonio Food Bank has multiple refrigerator trucks as well as a trailer. And during a season, mainly during the general, but also during the Managed Lands Deer Program season, they'll have a refrigerator truck. And if you can call ahead, they have different minimums throughout the year. It's typically if you have at least a dozen deer in the walk-in cooler, they'll make a trip and pick up those deer carcasses from your property.
There are lots of local people around the state. We're Duval County, our ranch, and there's a lovely man who comes and he will pick up 30 deer or whatever we've got and take them to the local churches. Mm-hmm. I presume that's legal.
Yes, it's
okay.
legal as long as you have the tag or
they're all tagged.
Document.
But so there's lots of local organizations that'll do this as well, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
But this is more of a centralized process that if you take your deer to a processor, they will do that routed automatically?
It's just those that participate in the program. So those processors will have a contract with Feeding Texas for so many pounds of venison that year.
Got it. And then to the $5, $10, $20, so that money goes into a trust account, and then is it directed by the hunter to a particular 501c3, or is it just whatever TPWD decides is the appropriate charity?
It would be Feeding Texas, which is our recommendation for that nonprofit.
I see. Okay. And if you have a lifetime license, you're obviously not, because it's one-time fee, so that's not.
Yes, that is correct.
Got it. Okay.
And, but on the food bank and Feeding Texas website, they still have options for donations directly to them. But this program is for that voluntary donation at the end of purchase of a license.
I see. Yeah, for food banks. Okay, got it. All right, thanks very much. Appreciate that. Great programs. No further questions. I'll place the item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Work session item number 9, disposition of land, Williamson County, approximately 56 acres at Twin Lakes Park. Mr. Stan David, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Stan David. I'm with the Land Conservation Program. This presentation is in regard to a disposition of land in Williamson County of approximately 56 acres. The red star is Williamson County. This map's a little more zoomed in. You can see the Twin Lakes Park logo there with the red star. Twin Lakes Park is located in Cedar Park and has been jointly operated by Williamson County and the YMCA for 30 years. Twin Lakes Park offers pavilions, a swimming pool, water playscape, multipurpose sports fields, archery range, beach swimming area, sand volleyball, ropes course, and outdoor education area. In 1994, after legislative direction, the Texas Department of Transportation transferred 50 acres of what is now Twin Lakes Park to TPWD, with the requirement that TPWD allow Williamson County to operate the property as a park. In 2012, TxDOT transferred an additional 6 acres to TPWD, which was added to the park then. TPWD now seeks to transfer full ownership of the property to Williamson County. Transferring the property to the county will reduce operational oversight responsibilities on TPWD while not diminishing the property or reducing the quality of the services provided by Williamson County. As a condition of the transfer, Williamson County will be required to continue to operate the property as a public park. Here's a outline in red, trapezoid-shaped polygon of the park. You can kind of see some of the facilities on it. It's fully operational. It's fully built out. To date, 5 responses, all 5 agree. TPWD staff requests that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comment and action. That's the end of the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions if you have. So.
Any questions, Mr. David? If not, if there are no further questions, I'll place the item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thanks very much. All right, work session item numbers 10 through 19 will be heard in executive session. At this time, I'd like to announce that pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act, an executive session will be held at this time for purpose of deliberation of real estate matters under Section 551.072 of the Open Meetings Act and seeking legal advice under Section 551.071 of the Open Meetings Act, including advice regarding pending or contemplated litigation. We will now recess for the executive session at 10:22 a.m. Thank you. Okay, we'll now reconvene the work session, May 21, 2025, at 1:32 p.m. Before we begin, I'll take roll. Hildebrand present. Bell. Present. Doggett. Present. Foster. Present. Galo. Present. Rolling. Present. Timmerman. Present. Thank you. We're now returning from the executive. Oh, here, I need to do that. We're now returning from the executive session where we discussed the work session real estate item numbers 10 through 18 and litigation item number 19. If there's no further questions, I'll place items numbers 10 through 12 on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Regarding items number 13 through 19, no further action is needed at this time. And with that, I believe, Dr. Yaskowicz, this commission has completed its work session business, and I declare us adjourned at 1:33 p.m. See you tomorrow, or see you tonight. So, David, what time do we need to be there?